Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for some courtroom drama? I literally just opened up the game, so I have no idea what's waiting for me. I got a warning and a Capcom flash. I don't know what's about to happen here. Oh, the courtroom doors open up, and we get some banging music. Yeah, considering I'm trying out this, for some reason I felt like the game footage was a little bit too far up on the screen, so I'm trying a middle-of-the-screen approach this time. Of course, if I just got over myself and tried to make the green screen work, then I could just have the footage take up the entire thing. Anyway, Heather James, Flair, AQ, everyone with the Ace Attorney quotes. Beautiful. And for the very first stream, I figured I'd just show you the Ace Attorney trilogy stuff. I have played the initial Phoenix Wright trilogy, and I have also played the first Apollo Justice game, retained absolutely nothing. So, after we clear this game is probably going to be a refresher, a rough refresher. And, yeah, let's just get into it. We're going to start off, obviously, with the first of the trilogy, Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Boy, the press tour leading up to this game was wild. That the fourth game in the series was not going to be Phoenix Wright, and Phoenix Wright was going to be taken out. It's going to be a new guy. Well, not taken out, but taken out of the picture. And our very first case is Turnabout Trump, as in Trump card. Please observe rules 3 through 6, thank you. Now, we're already starting off very dramatic. Showdown time. Who is this beanie-wearing bozo? You lose. Ah! Well, someone didn't appreciate losing. Or what? Or is that the case? Oh. When it comes to Ace Attorney, you have to second-guess everything. I seem to be in a little bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. Nope. There's a little bit too much top-heavy in my portrait over there. So let me go ahead and just take a little bit off the top here. And then we'll go ahead and even things out so everything is back in the center here. Okay, that should be fine. So that's how these Ace Attorney cases usually start. They show you a very shaky camera version of what happened, and it might reveal something. It might not reveal something, but all we know, some guys are playing poker, one of them didn't like it, grabbed a bottle, and then someone got hit over the head, according to whoever was on the phone. So, a little bit of intrigue. It is currently April 20th, 9:37 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Panicked. Oh, I'm sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose this would be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. Get used to it. I don't think that there's been a single Ace Attorney trial that hasn't been for homicide. Like, can't I just preside over a divorce for once? Or a copyright infringement? It's always homicide. Tax evasion. Maybe you should go into tax evasion. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workouts. I'm fine. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir! I am all over that drift! If I were in Japan, it'd be a Tokyo drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. Oh. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. Hello, Minor Tone. It's only fitting that you arrive. Don't know what, well, I only played this game. I did not play the other two. I think because they were download only. And I told myself, I'm gonna wait until this comes to physical media. Then I waited, then I waited, then I waited, and then it's 18 years later and I get it on Steam. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney, and today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. And look at who it is. Of course, if you're starting out from this game, you might not even know who this is. But I'm sure that if you've ever been on the internet at all, you'd understand who this is. Whoa. Good, morning. Morning. It's love to hear today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. Hello, Solaris. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So, you're fine! I'm fine! Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me. Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why... You'll see. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time. Shall we? Yes, sir! It is so uncanny to see that gentleman just on top of everything. Being the man with a plan. Okay, I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice! I mean, with a surname like Justice, you're either going to be a lawyer, or you're gonna be harvesting icebergs in the Arctic. Just ice. And here's all the all the HD graphics. The court is now in session. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Like a glove. I remember a long time ago, I did a dual Let's Play of the first Ace Attorney investigations. And the person who I did that Let's Play might be in the chat with us. But I'm going to use the exact voice that I used for Winston Payne that I did then. In fact, I might be able to link to that on the Discord after we're here. The defense is, fine! Ready, Your Honor. Line going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Your favorite old man in games. The judge. Quite the character. Your name was Mr. Justice, and this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor, but I am fine. Really? Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor? I was of the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust this case to this greenhorn? Why? Usually the judge is presented with a big booming voice to contrast with some of his sillier moments, but he's more of a grampy turnip, but I'm gonna do the booming voice. I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, but does he have cords of steel? Let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. It is kind of amusing how they try to conceal and make a mystery of who this is supposed to be when that was all part of the marketing. Was like, what happened to this gentleman? This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright? How could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. If this prosecution will be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. Capcom does the dad glow up so well. Oh yeah, Phoenix Wright and then Ryu. You have to admit, can only imagine what happens if in the next Devil May Cry, Dante becomes a dad. Or if Resident Evil gets a time skip. I don't think we'll be ready for Dad Leon or Dad Chris. Then again, we have no idea what this new continuity was with Ethan Winters. To think, I saw you into this room a fresh attorney. What was the Winston Payne voice again? Was it my number man voice? To think, I saw you into this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bull Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, then hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was... The pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix, right. A pianist! This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Are you sure it says grape juice? I can clearly see it's grape juice here on arm. Grape juice is apparently not a defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Deadly bottle added. Specifically a deadly bottle. Grape juice bottle used as the murder weapon bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. Something to notice, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. Okay. The attorney's badge. How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. Always a watershed moment whenever you present the attorney's badge as evidence. Smith's autopsy report. Time of death was around 2 a.m., April 17th. Death was caused by a single blow to the forehead. And this is the crime photo. It's the basement of the Borscht Bowl Club. Let's take a look. Yes. This must be the victim. And clearly they were playing poker. That is the bottle. And, I noticed that there's sunlight coming through. That might be relevant later. Time of death was caused around 2 a.m., April 17th. I'm already seeing a contradiction here. And then we have the profiles. We have Kristoff, his trusted mentor. Phoenix Wright, ace pianist. Shoddy Smith, a traveler, only recently back in country. And Winston Payne, prosecuting attorney. For all his experience, he lacks a certain presence. The court record. Right! I've heard of that! Just now! Use E to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right. Just use E. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. Well, I already got ahead of you, Apollo. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shoddy Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. A traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant. That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they'd only just met, then why murder? Then why murder? Why not? You know, just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Just playing piano, you hit a chord, your sleeper agent activates. Disclaimer, do not murder. Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing. That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. Was a play on words. Now let this fellow explain what I mean. Gasp. I haven't seen this in minutes. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the baser sort of criminal. Ooh! The first objection in the game, and it was Kristoff. I guess it's better than the first ever objection in the entire history of Ace Attorney. It was actually Winston Payne himself. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it was only that. A game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. Nay, competition? Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again? Try not to speak like a writer, please. The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present. Wasn't working on me, oh no. And impress women. Well, how about it, chat? Were you impressed? The wreathed in blue flame? I know I was. That will be our first order of business here, then. I'll find out more about this fatal game of cards. Marikotone's impressed. Alright. Looks like Christoph Gavin, more like Christoph Gavin. Damn. This game predates Riz by a long time, friends. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Alright, we got 2 out of 2 impressed. Witness testimony, baby. The competition. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy. Alright, we're gonna have to figure out what the contradiction is in here. A pianist who can't play piano? Better a defense attorney who can't defend. Ooh, such a sick burn. You do realize that that last part of your sentence was said out loud? I have no internal monologue, Your Honor. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? Oh, what to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination? For the benefit of anyone who has not played any Ace Attorney, we will get a refresher course. Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the video game. Wait, what am I saying? Yes, teach me. I know nothing. Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with E. But I didn't hear anything strange at all in the testimony just now. A good sign that you need to press the witness with Q for more information. I thought I used X to doubt. Press him? Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information. But isn't Mr. Wright my client? Well, think you can do it? Yes! Thank you, sir! I think I can do it. I think you'd better, or we're going to have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. Our menagerie of the truth. That is cross-examination. Learn it. Know it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Only villains say do it, Christoph. Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if. Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Love the cut-ins. He is a pianist by trade, yet he can hardly play at all. Hold it! You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all I want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then, why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? The judge asking the real questions. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. What do you mean by real job? They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I am a professional, after all. Bah! Do I detect pride? Do I detect pride in that statement? That's nothing to be proud of. It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of a society like me to imagine. Yes, your imagine was always a little bit limited, Winston. What? Nani? I've played poker for 7 years in that little room, and I've never lost once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? Hello there, Comrade Remus. Like to think the Phoenix can tickle the ivories a bit. Just not good enough to be a house musician. I can actually go back in the testimony? Huh. Interesting. The room where we play and the competition are the club's main attractions. You know what? I'll press it. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room? Gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through a small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. There might be a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards? Hold it. 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other was blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yeah, a game of hands. This competition you're talking about, I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Nani? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred, yet you claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. What strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Yeah! Oh, I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right? There's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Oh, you slipped up, Phoenix! Or did you slip in something? Let's take a look. He never touched the murder weapon, did he? However, it bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. Say it with me now. Objection! For having presented... Oh. I got an achievement for having presented my first evidence, and you don't know the absolute relief that you feel when you are looking at a piece of testimony and you make an objection and the music stops. Because if you make an objection and the music keeps going, that means you did an incorrect objection and you get penalized. But if the music stops, or you see the health bar zoom off screen, you know you've finally got past that one part of the trial. And oh my god. In my experience, it is such a moment, especially if you're able to do it by yourself. You figured it out on your own. Or you ended up just slamming every piece of evidence against every line of testimony, and it finally gave way. And then you get to see Apollo just go ahead with it and actually, give the logic. So you... Oh, hello, Dominic and Med. Last bro violating the federal rules of evidence. What does that mean? So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape bottle juice? Right? So I said, something the matter, Mr. Justice. Oh, those luscious locks. Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Oh, I caught you. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears. And our case. Look at this smile. Doesn't this smile remind you of Joshua's? But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints through. No, that wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Nani? Well, the fingerprints on the murder weapon are upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can be only one reason for that. Uh-oh. Yes. to brain someone with a bottle. Ooh, did you hear that alliteration? I too am a poet. Ah! Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything, you'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on the bottle to the court? Am I doing Hans Moleman for pain on purpose? Probably. I just came up with some random nerd voice. But if it sounds like Hans Moleman, I unintentionally did a Mr. Burns for my Trails in the Sky playthrough. I guess I just growing up in The Simpsons has put it in my brain, and now I associate Simpsons voices with characters. Alright, Phoenix, explain yourself. Explain! I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason. Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it that reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that's... Really? You self-reported? That's very sus, Mr. Wright. Yeah. I'm surprised it took me a whole 39 minutes until it until I said, made a reference there. Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? Ooh, new evidence. The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see. And this is the phone that made the call. Used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's first floor. The defendant could have fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. When's the Fall Guys reference happening? The first time someone goes, woo! There it is. And you claim he's being uncooperative? Ugh! I say, Mr. Gavin, I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. You're as good as they say you are. So, someone else was in the room the night of the crime? That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its witness to the stand. She's timid. The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. Ooh! Oh, sick burn, Winston. So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, then of course we'll cut them off. You are sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please now, come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you're sure it's okay. I don't know. It's the first case, and we have one witness so far. Wait a minute! Well, the prosecution can't explain the witness's paraphernalia. Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be... My name is Olga Orley. Yeah, really. I'm employed as a waitress in the Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming... Oh, she has an accent. Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how it is said, other service. I take it one of these other services is taking the customers' pictures. You see that grin? You see that cheeky smile? Like this one, for example, this one. That's the defendant. Indeed, on the night of the murder. Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Gotta love how Apollo is hunched over like he's ready to vault himself over that bench. Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually. Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Olga's photo. The defendant and Mr. Smith at the Borscht Bowl Club. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room, the hideout we call it. Excuse me, the hideout? It is room where famous gangster Bad Guy was arrested. The gangster's name is Bad Guy. Wonder what his first name is. Solomon? Is room where murder take place. What? You look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want copy of. So there are 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shoddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Christoph? Very well. Witness, you will testify to the court about the night's events. Here comes the testimony. That fateful night. At night, customer asked for me to deal cards for a game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Oh, I can't press anything yet. The victim, he plays whole time with hands on locket at his neck. Then, last hand he's done, but something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim, and he's strangling him to death. Oh, strangling, you say? Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice, maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hasn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as a prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay at the very moment of the crime. The hands and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say? Duh! I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is war, your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils. I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the pokerhead of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Defendant and victim's chips when the crime took place. Very well, defense may cross-examine the witness. Here's the one thing. She talked about the defendant strangling the victim, but the thing is, if I try to present the autopsy report too soon, that might be seen as an incorrect objection, because I'm probably meant to press first and get more information. Alright, so customer asked to deal cards for the game, nothing suspicious there. Both players played with hats on. Don't see anything suspicious there. The victim, he plays the whole time with hand that locket on his deck. Tell me more. Neck. Tell me more about that. His locket? I believe it was good luck charm. He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moons and stars. Oh, if it was small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have had much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket? Of course! I knew that! It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? So, what happened next? Last hand is done, but something terrible happened. The man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death. I'm pressing that. But the defendant would never do such a thing! Come on, man. Well now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. So, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because the defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it's always with men like him. Winners make sore losers. No how might he fall. Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shoddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly. Alright, so let me look at the evidence here. Time of death was caused around 2 a.m., April 17th. Death caused by a single blow to the forehead. So according to her, man flew to the victim and is strangling him to death. Let me look at the autoplay right now. Ah! Here we go. We save. The good old, the Ace Attorney special. Saving your game right before making an objection. That way you can clear any case at full health. Alright. Let's see if it's time for me to object. Although, let me see here. Last hand is done. Victim he played with a locket at his neck. Last stand is done. Something is terrible has happened. I'm gonna press this first. The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. Need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Alright. And I am going to present to you the autopsy report. Oh, really? Orally. Strangled, you say? That's odd. Duh. Normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ah! Ms. Orley, really now? Did you witness the crime? Ah! Oh, professional. Didn't let a single plate hit the floor. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here's a photo he took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. Crime photo 2. But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim. His neck. Oh, really, Miss Orley? They're really pushing this Orley, aren't they? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. Explain! I found a contradiction! There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue this cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. After the defendant tried to strangle the victim, he hit him with the bottle. Let's press it! You didn't say anything about hitting before. So sorry. I must be forgetting this stuff. Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Then that clears up the discrepancy of the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind, then chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely. So he strangled them, then hit him. Something's fishy about all this. Alright, so we're getting to the point where we're starting to cycle on back to places. Why did they ask you to deal the cards for the game anyway? Do you do this often? Yeah, I am doing this. The customer wishes it. I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work. Good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Ball Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold, both players played with hats on. Is there anything that contradicts that? So he still has his hat on, and he's still wearing his hat here, and that's during the investigation. So I'll press it. See if we can get any more information. It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way am I going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, duh? Alright. So I think that I have now pressed everything, and now I need to know... So there was something else in the testimony that Kristoff didn't understand, and for the first time, it's not completely straightforward what exactly is wrong. So I don't think there's anything wrong here. It was cold, both players played with hats on, don't think there's anything that contradicts that. Locket at his neck. Let me see here. There's a locket at his neck, yet it's not in the photograph. So there is a locket on his neck in the before photo, and there is none in the after photo. The thing is, I guess I do this photo. Let's go ahead and set up our save scum here. Save complete. Alright, so you played the whole time with the hand and the locket at his neck. Yet this is the crime photo. No locket, and I don't even see a locket in the photo. Where is it? Uh-oh. Looks like that was wrong. The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I can see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Justice. I must be on the wrong track. Alright, then I'm gonna try to present the investigation photograph. That probably has a clear... Okay. Hold on a second. So if I were to just go load, do this, and there you go, free heals. Because I will try my darned hardest to figure things out by myself, but I still don't understand why they have to make you take game overs. Because it's a game, obviously. But I'm going for it. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. We're just here for the story, you know, the story and the intrigue. I'm sure the hardcore Ace Attorney scene will forgive me. Are there Ace Attorney speedruns? I have to imagine there are. You know, there's one curious part in the testimony, like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Explain. Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I am impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? The chase theme. Is this the chase theme? I know it's the theme from the trailer. If we are to believe the witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets just don't disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean the defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all? He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Oh! No! Defendant! What do you have to say to this? Say. Yes? I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you? No. You mean this? Yes. It's a locket. with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? I confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So, Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Well, the testimony won't be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly. Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. Serious competition. The game begin with 3,500 points in chips for each man. House size come in two sizes, small and large. House chips. The one who was winning, he was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and loose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Oh! Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. How many times have I heard those words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret doing it. A common tale. Well, true. Did he say doing it? Yeah, we regret what he had done. Give me a moment. Seems I have inherited Apollo's raspy voice. Methinks the judge watched too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. That's interesting. That, in the original games, in the Phoenix Wright trilogy, Phoenix had to be told to always believe in his clients. But in this one, Apollo didn't need to have that taught to him. He's already always believing in his clients no matter what, which is fascinating. Already goes to show how far ahead Phoenix was in their relative moments in their career. Serious competition. Okay, so 3,500 points in chips. Nothing really bad there. Two sizes, small and large. Let's see here. Yep, the red ones are small, black ones are large. When it was winning, it was the victim. Well, it looks that way. More chips over here, more chips over here. And that is the table over here. Just trying to look at everything to see if there's any contradiction. Now, I wonder where this photograph comes into play. You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? He must have been most unlucky day for him. I'm glad I did not take other picture of him. It would break Harmless, certainly. The chiefs, they went always to victim's side of table. So you're telling us it was a one-sided game? One-sided, and... For last hand, the defendant played with all chips on table and loose. Last hand, it was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. Whose hand was excellent? The defendant's hand? It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. That is truly an excellent hand. However, so is the victim's. One with the highest number wins, so the defendant loses. The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next. Once card laid down on table, it happened. Hold on a second. Let me see that picture of the warning hand again. Okay. I wanted to see if there were any duplicate aces in here, because we've got the spades, diamonds, clubs, and hearts, so no duplicates. Although... Wait a minute. Oh, that's a two of spades down there. And I have no idea what that in the corner is. Alright. Looks like we're going to do a little bit more pressing. You don't think of it now. I shake and tremble. I would not believe such thing would happen. What such thing? Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such a thing occur? What such thing? Niet. Defendant had been hitting victim. I saw it all happen right before me. I saw bottle coming down on victim's head. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness of the very moment of the crime. Remember, your first goal is to gather information. Yes, sir. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice. Oh, guess I'll just press everything else. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? Yet. Not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be... exactly 7,000 points! Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. Why did Kristoff have an ellipsis at the end there? Was that his indication that the, was that his indication that something was wrong? Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Yeah. Of course! Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? More press! More pressing! Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained? I forgot that Payne had the squeaky voice. Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. They're chips off the old block. Not chips off the old block. Not chips on a motorcycle. Thanks. Now that I pressed her, I better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yet, as I've been saying before, the game was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Well, isn't that a reductive word to say? Two types of chips: 100-point chips and 1,000-point chips. It is not money, da. Justice? Sir, don't you find their comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to our testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony? Yeah, I add it. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Added to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100 points. Other kind is worth 1,000. Two kinds, you know. Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, Do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. I'd better think of something to ask. And quick. The 2 types of chips. Yeah. The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000. Right? Right, of course. No waste our time! Is that all? Yeah. Great, Mr. Gavin made me stop her. Now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice. Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Oh, me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. Nani? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We are not in kindergarten, after all. Calculation? One kind of chip is worth 100 points, the other is worth 1,000. 2 kinds in all. So, if we're doing calculation, then everyone started with 3,500, which means maybe it's 3 black, or, let me see here. So, here was the table at the end of the game. So we've got, let's see, let me go ahead and pull out a notebook here. So black, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 10. And red, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So one of those needs to be 100. One of those needs to be 1,000. So if red is 100, that's that doesn't make sense no matter how you. Oh wait, no. It's 7,000 total. So we need to figure out what configuration. So it has to be. So if red is 600, no. So if black was 1,000, that would be 10,000 points, which doesn't make any sense. And 1,000. Okay, so it's so red is the 1,000 pointers, and black are the 100 pointers. One, two, three, four, five, 6. So then, unless there's some kind of contradiction there. Yeah, because it can't be red, because they both started with 3,500, which means 7,000 in total. 3,500 plus 3,500 equals 7,000. Two kinds in all. So I see 2 kinds of chips here. And the calculation is the same. Alright, let me see here. Oh! But the chips are different between the... I think the chips are different between the 2 pictures. Oh, never mind. Let's see. So one is red, black. And one is black, red, black. Let's tally these up. So if red is 6,000, that is so. If red is 1,000, that would be 4,100, which means, a matter of calculation. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4,100. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 900 plus 2,000. So that's 2,900, which means, my fellows, that Phoenix was not losing. Where I was getting hung up, you would assume that the black ones are the higher value ones, because they're bigger, but in fact, they are not. They're the lower value ones. So Phoenix was up 4,100 to 2,900. All right, let's see if there's a portion of testimony. The one who was winning, it was the victim. Unfortunately, the one who needs to go back to kindergarten is you, Miss Orley. Objection! You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure? Is that your final answer? It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh! Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips. And the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's say 3 plus 1 carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them all up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips just don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Starting points were wrong, chip count was wrong, both were right. They are both right, Your Honor! Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in the photograph, then there can be only one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness! Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Oh, that's some quick mental math on the part of the judge. Probably figured it out quicker than I did. I'm getting too much in my role here. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ugh. Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. No! The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and the defendant, Mr. Wright, had 4,100 points! Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning! Now, Ms. Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you? Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive. And Mr. Wright supposed the defeat never happened. I'm sorry, I had eaten peanut butter and my mouth was stuck. We must now ask ourselves whether excuse me, what is it, Miss Orley? I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see, say what, Miss Orley? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat. Not cheat? You don't mean not trick? Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with cheaps as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Where's the stealing? We have the lying, we have the cheating. There's gotta be stealing at some point. Well, this case is certainly taking a turn. For the interesting. Witness, will you please testify to the court? Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. Last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, cheat becomes argument. The defendant's strength was exposed. He took bottle in hand. Oh, poor Mr. Sneath. Ms. Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover-up here. Well, folks, time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make, in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker. Have you never played Balatro? Zoomers! I can't say this bodes well for your case. Or career. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice, you know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards of the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Wow, they both have full houses. I forget, there's an easy way to make a full house, then go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat! The defense may cross-examine the witness. Well, if he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Alright. Both men at full house. There's a 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. Okay, what do you mean by that? From ace to king. 4 of each card, you say? Yeah. 1 speed, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is an interesting fact that this number 4 comes from the number of seasons. Huh. You don't say. Did you know that the cards are numbered 1 through 13? Add all the cards in a deck and you get 364. 1 year! Huh. You don't say. Isn't that 1 day short? That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. And thus you have a perfect representation of the year, all in the deck of cards. Alright, what's your favorite Balatro Joker? Mine is the... oh no. I'm not very far in Balatro, but it's the one that gives you plus multiplier for a different suit, and that swaps with every single bind you do. I don't know what that one's called, though. We're gonna be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this. Hi there, Matthew. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is obvious. Can you tell me more about this cheat? How was it clear? Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2. Obviously, cheating was afoot. Perhaps I should say, the hand. Ooh, wordplay, I'm so good. I'm better than Kristoff at it. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. It was fire, don't you know? Oh well, the witness will add this detail to her testimony, please. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It's 5 aces in all. Let's take a look. Well, isn't that something? I see 4 aces. Nope. You save before every single objection. You never know, because you can have the right evidence against the right testimony, but because you didn't press something earlier on, that it won't let you through. So we're going to present. It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name... Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you have to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony? I do believe it's right over here. You say that the victim had 3 aces. Whoops. Take that! Ms. Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Ah! Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Objection. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Damn. Apollo Justice already dropping the heat. Oh no. I have GERD myself, though. If I take really good care of myself, it only flares up. It's not a persistent thing. It runs in my family, though. Take care of yourself. Avoid having too much dairy, spicy stuff, and other stuff. I'm sure you talked it over with your doctor. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Are they proof of cheating? Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating. I swear to you. Less fried food. Yeah, exactly. That's odd. She must be lying. Yes, she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards? The cards? Mr. Payne? Yes? The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that those cards be shown to the court. Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? Let me see here. Let me see here. I'm trying to look and see here. Okay. We can actually see more of the cards underneath the table in this picture. But, oh, wait. What? That one card, the second from the left, is that a 3? Or is that a 5th ace? You see it, right? No. It can't be a 3 because a 3 goes up and down, doesn't it? Alright, so first of all, I need to figure out which hand looks more suspicious. I'm going to view the victim's hand. It was the victim's hand that changed over the... Yeah, that's exactly it. Oh, 3s go diagonally? Then never mind. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well, Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. The victim's hand. Well, time's wasting. Get to it, Justice. Yes, sir. Alright, time to use the touchscreen. When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using the directional keys to turn it every which way, and B and M to zoom in and out. Why B and M? Why not M and N and M? That should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this. Uh-oh! One of these does not check out. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards, the back is a different color. Nani! That's impossible. Yes, looked it up. It's vertical. Well then, guess my memory is a little bit more reliable than I thought. What was that, Ms. Orley? Net. merely said, duh, I have. Your Honor.
Mr. Gavin, yes.
Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker?
To cheat?
I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Wait, so you mean this witness, Ms. Orley, she's the cheater? A professional, I'd wager. Yeah!
Order! Order!
Focus, Justice. Time to... Apollo! Be careful with your words! Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. Be careful with your inner monologue. We can see you. It's impossible, but I put that card in Wright's hand. Ergo, Ms. Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith. Okay, this is the chase theme. Pursuit. Pursuit is the word I'm looking for. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim.
What?
Wait, you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you? Time for justice. He's been wanting to say that for a long time, hasn't he? There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident, and if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. You're guilty, Apollo? The defense accuses the witness, Ms. Olga Orley, of murder. Oh, even when she faints, the plates are just fine.
Mr. Payne, where's your witness, Miss Olga Orley?
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice.
Your Honor.
It seems you presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
And that means?
This court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
Nanny! I did it! I held out!
I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Oh, did you hear that? That wasn't my voice.
That was Phoenix.
Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? But what are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has the talent. For the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night.
As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before! The 2 decks of the club have different colored backs, blue and red, 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. Use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game.
I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Well, the cards that were all the blue cards were all on the floor. Whatever. In the end, one card of the wrong color got into the mix, which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating, yet this card raises two serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. That's how time works. I'll show you how time works. Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Payne. Or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? I'm thinking swapped after the murder to frame Phoenix. Perhaps it happened after the murder. Oh, no? During the murder? But tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Ugh, quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on into crazy. Wild, insane, diabolical, and flabbergasting. Now yes again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Oh, indeed. That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another. Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room. Alive, that is. This Phoenix is best Phoenix. I mean, he certainly is the most confident Phoenix, that's for certain. Talking about finishing chapters of games in the chat here. Wait a minute. Is your profile pic Lawrence? I can't see it very well on the screen. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? It's Olga. She was the one who got into the altercation with the victim, and then she wanted to pin it on Phoenix Wright. It must have been Olga Orley who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating. That does make some sense. Sorry, but there's a problem with that explanation. The swapped card was from the wrong deck. Yes, a blue card was stuck into a red hand. Mixing a card from the wrong deck when the backs are different colors. Remember that you're talking about Olga Orley. She was the dealer. Do you really think she would make such a novice mistake? Actually, I have trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. Give it a little more thought, Apollo. Right. Oh, was it the defendant? Was it the victim? Oh wait, after the game. Or maybe there's a completely different person. Let's see. This is my first run of Ace Attorney 4. It is not, but I have forgotten everything, as you can clearly see. He's like, Did you just spoil? Did you just spoil something for me? Well, no. Nope. That'd be impossible. Actually, did you just spoil something for me there, AQ? As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Ms. Orley at this point. Yeah, I know, but she wasn't the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking about how much fun this all is. Fun? No, but confusing! I have no idea what the offense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, then it was Ms. Orley, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. New direction? We'll find that indeed after the murder. Someone swapped one of the cards in the victor's hand, and that someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the 5th ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to my case record, this person doesn't exist. True. Not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. What? I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption, namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. Trial will resume in 20 minutes. There's more to hydration than just drinking water. I'm gonna keep this out. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that? I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice? Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. Hup, 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 hup. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket? Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Well, ain't she adorable? She looks just like you, Mr. Wright. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never! Honest! But it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Huh? You see, poker's all about reading your opponent. And that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law? Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. Small. Isn't she on that box art in the corner? Don't be ridiculous. The little girl in the photograph is wearing pink. That girl is clearly wearing blue. Different characters. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding? That witness, for instance, Ms. Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Nani? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon. Almost forgot. One more thing about this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. Excusez-moi! I knew it! I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Ooh, the Ace Attorney anticipation theme. Save your current progress. Let's do it. Apollo will shoot out laser beams right now? Yes. Ah, now I see why you said that the date was nice. Nice. In fact, this is the 69th case we've taken in courtroom number 2 this year. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Ms. Olga Orley, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she has regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of events again. That's the thing, you see. She's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Ms. Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit you're a poor liar and a poorer loser? Not. I forgot about this twist. She said she'll learn how to stand up straight. And now she's a pirate, apparently. This is a great thing about not playing a game in a long time, is that twists like this just catch you completely off guard. And somehow she managed to put on some lipstick while she was throwing off her coat. Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quickfingers Orley. Oh, really? I did know that the way she grinned whenever she took a picture hid something. I just didn't think it was gonna be all this. Another cute girl turns out to be some sort of bandit. That is actually quite the coincidence. Is she friends with Josette? Wanna know something else? I'm not really Russian. And my name sounds like, oh, really? I can't handle this right now. Are you hearing this? Can you believe this? Her name rhymes with oh, really? I'm surprised they didn't give her a, well, I was about to say, I wonder why they didn't give her an owl motif. But then I'm like, that wouldn't work in Japanese, would it? There. That's the truth. Hope you're satisfied. She's even got a cocky strut to her. Witness, you will tell the truth what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? She's got some powerful eyebrows, you see those? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game as a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Exposed as a cheater and a losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all of his prior wins. A 7-year legend, destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh, really, Orly? How droll. But it appears you've made quite the mistake.
Mistake?
I agree. The trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky. I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers Orly.
Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with her evil mastermind shtick.
Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Really, really bad. A woman after the heart of some of our chat members right now.
Well, you're through being bad. Perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
I mean, in her default pose still has a little bit of a cute in it, don't you think? She kind of got that cheeky going on there. Like, she knows she's bad, and she's a little bit too self-satisfied with it, and that is cute. Sprung trap sounds wrong. She always comes back. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then, Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up the bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good, cheating defendant.
A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark.
The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look, he was talking.
Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice.
The witness is like her. Who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Let's see, she planted the card like he was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand like he was supposed to. What do you mean by he was like he was supposed to? So everything went according to plan? Exactly. The fifth ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud.
There are worse things to be known as, I suppose.
Tell us what happened with the search. The planted card was gone. The trap failed. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof! Zippo. We searched every crook and nanny, even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long storied career, never has Quick Fingers Orly been so readily duped.
Oh, really? So, what did happen to that 5 of hearts?
Well, look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So, the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Or is it? Let's take a look at the pictures, shall we? The 5 of hearts. Let me see here. Could it be over here? Is that the 5 of hearts on the floor there? Is that the 5 of hearts over there? All the cross-examination music is just top-notch. And yes, it is ominous. It's like there's something hiding in wait. You're like something is sneaking around, and we're looking for it, and obviously it's the truth. The contradiction is what we're hunting for. How'd you manage to do that, by the way? The 5 of Hearts. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least, that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht. And suckers. Remind me never to go there. That's Apollo and the judge who don't want to go there for 2 completely separate reasons. Of course, the card was going to make its grand debut. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. Same testimony. Yeah, everywhere you want her, Justice. The circumstances have changed, yet her testimony is not. That means there's got to be a contradiction in there. So he brought up this picture. And I'm just wondering, is there anything to see here? Doesn't look like there's anything to see here. So, and that was the the victim's hand. All right, let me see here. The planting card was gone. The trap failed, and the card is the 5 of Hearts. So the only thing I can imagine is that the 5 of Is the 5 of Hearts down on the floor here? I mean, I don't think that the cards would be so obscured. Well, I've got my power of time travel. Might as well give it a try. Well, is there anything? Let me see. So I've already cross-examined this. I've already pressed here, I pressed here. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing, which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... Oh! Okay, yep, press everything. What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice. No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Press it! Ms. Orley, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You... Me? Quick fingers, Orley! Hide something! The defense will refrain from baseless accusations! I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? The witness, for instance, Ms. Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Ah! The eyes have it! Whoa! What's going on? They're using the same song, but that's a little bit more ethereal, more magical. This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive or habit like I couldn't before. Gotcha! Yep, we've added a new exclamation. Ms. Orley, perhaps you're unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? When indeed, Justice, I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she is subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. The memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual. Well, let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us.
Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moments of the crime? Ms. Orley, when you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an immeasurable impression on your neck is this.
Uh-oh.
Look, I can't save scum. Oh, I accidentally zoomed in here. What is the weapon? So she scratches her neck. Green bundle juice. I can't say scum, you guys. I have to do this legit. I guess it's the bottle? Why am I able to examine my my attorney's badge? It's got a number on it. All right, there's no clear signal. I mean, the deadly bottle is the only weapon I have on hand. I do not want a clue. I want to do this legit. Oh, hello. The battery's being held in with a piece of tape. You should just buy a new one. Maybe you can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. I have to imagine it's the bottle, but there might be proof. So I'll go with the obvious. Let me see. Anything I can examine on here? Bottle is completely empty. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. Wonder how well it goes with borscht. Alright, I will try out the bottle and see if that's the case. It seems too obvious to me, though. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, okay, the most obvious answer was obviously it. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. What reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit. It was Mr. Smith, the victim who was hit, not you. Oh, it was Mr. Smith who was hit, not you. So he's saying it in a very roundabout way that maybe she was attacked with that bottle. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witnesses' habits, they're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now's your only chance to break her. Ms. Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yet, I am knowing nothing. We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please. Now. Ah, fine. Up. Do you hear that? The music is intensified. We've got drums. And cymbals. Almost like the beating of a guilty heart. You didn't let him out of your sight until the cops got there, you say. You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place and must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is... well... flawed? It's basically bogus. It contradicts... Uh-oh. Did I put myself into a corner? What's that? Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. I think I might have I might have done something wrong, but let's see. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Hold on a second. Piece of my dinner got caught in my teeth. Let me take care of that real quick. There we go. Don't know why I had to say that so explicitly, but at least I didn't show it. Alright, so there's some evidence to contradict that she kept her eyes on him all the way until the police arrived. Death was caused around 2 a.m. April 17th. Let's see. Someone's trying to piece it out with me, and I understand that you're trying to figure this out with me, but you can try figuring it out on your own. You don't need to put it out into chat, not until I say that I need help. I need to figure this out myself. So there's some evidence that contradicts that she saw him the entire time. Let me see. The autopsy report? No, that wouldn't mean anything. Anything in here? Not really. The phone? Use the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's first floor. Ms. Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. Phoenix called the cops, right? Did she see that? Yep. That's what I saw in chat. So I looks like I'm gonna have to start looking away from chat when I'm trying to figure something out. So chat, do try your best to not give away anything. If not, then I'll just have to completely disengage until I have figured it out, or until I can't figure it out. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Ah! It was really Akuma. Phoenix Wright is the one who did it. No. The victim did it to himself by accident. It was Apollo who did it. It was Christoph who did it. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Alright, we're gonna see a little bit more. Showdown time. Yo, dirty cheat! Check his pockets now! It's gone! The card's gone! You lose. Ah! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to Wright. And he hit me! You... Some master of cheating you turned out to be! That's not how you treat anybody. When I came to, the victim was already dead. The victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If I came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us? The victim isn't a very nice person? Absolutely not. He wanted to cheat, ruin Phoenix's reputation, and took it out on his partner in crime, literal crime. Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was hit with the bottle, and I'm imagining all of this! It appears our prosecution is at its wit's end, and frankly, I can't believe him. Frank saw it! He's not here! Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as a defense in this case, we are compelled to call Ms. Orley a big fat liar. What? Three were in that room the night of the murder, the defendant, victim, and her, and she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith, and the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer! It's a trap! Someone's trying to frame me! Oh. Ah, what tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process.
Mr. Wright!
Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right. Like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person. Solaris the entire time. That's how it goes in Phoenix, right? Most unassuming person. And in Trails, apparently. This theory again! Yes, 4th person doesn't exist! Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape, no chance for deception, the perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Sorry! Remember what I said? The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there's one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, thinking to figure out who it was? I think I know who Actually, I know who it is, because I have retained a little bit of information from when I played this game the first time. It's not me, I swear!
Who is this 4th person?
Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Well, you were there at the scene. You were there at the scene. Winston Payne just said that it wasn't him. He swore. He swore, and Winston Payne's word is absolutely necessary. And Olga Orley, a professional swindler. So the only person it could have been, Mr. Christoph Gavin. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin, you were the 4th person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, which the ones on the floor of the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. A pure sense. A competition, Your Honor. A test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Their cards, their backs, wreathed in blue flame. It looks like Christoph's, propensity for being a theater kid has done himself in. Well, Christoph? Apollo just put his box on the... on the hook for murder on his first day leading a trial, speed running to lose his job. Can you imagine that? Just being like, okay, yeah, so, I think my boss did it. Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin, is something the matter?
No, nothing. Excuse me. It was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Kristoff? You know even I'd never take a joke this far. This has gotten beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder. I assure you I am quite sane. But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Nani? There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin.
After I explained before, the defense believes that Ms. Orley...
Am I to assume that you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
Duh.
Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Hear that testimony! This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. That's too, Justice. You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth.
Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please.
Appetite before murder. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked off in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Talking about dungeons now.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder.
I dine with him rather frequently. Then he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder. Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong.
Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
Justice? Sir? He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial?
No such thing. Not when Phoenix Wright is involved, and you're gonna pick that up from him.
Alright, that evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at a usual spot. As usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano.
I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So, the plates and such on the table were from your dinner. Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoff left. After that, Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. No, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Kristoff Gavin and Shady Smith may have met? I believe I did say that. Here I was nervous about this meeting. Now we hear there's pests in the hole.
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, would be, if that's all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap, this is the same trap that Ms. Olga Orley mentioned. Talking about the trap of sorts to plant the card in Wright's pocket. Have him get searched, exposed as a fraud. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. What's going on in chat right now? Do I need to hose y'all down? I wasn't expecting that from my chat. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yeah, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice that I'd been drinking right beside me. And I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon?
Oh, that's why his fingerprints are on there.
Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like a terrific drama.
A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look.
That's right. The pokerhead of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and take a look in the bottle. Or can we not? Or is the bottle empty? Well, nothing I can do here. Unless I have to zoom in. Doesn't look like there's any card in here to me. Is that the point? Oh, what if I press the revised testimony? Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew it was coming.
Oh, so you struck first. I like that. Wow.
The judge actually giving some props, real respecting real. All it took was for Phoenix to not be a to not be a lawyer, and that's why this is the best Phoenix, because he was respected by the judge. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I let the call the police. You made the call to the police on the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. Didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. We returned? Yeah. Alright, so he was dead. And when you returned, the victim was already dead. Yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. Phoenix does things with his brain, too. Much more than in previous games. This is true. Phoenix Wright actually is. He's not flying by the seat of his pants, which is something that the judge can really get in your case for. Little? He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled, too, if I walked in on a scene like that. That's why I made another phone call to the defense attorney, Gavin. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair, and I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend of rates for my defense fees. Huh. Glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir. I have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with his testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. Alright, so they sat at the table in that photograph. So nothing is really too bad there. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. That sounds fine. You discovered the trap during... Wait a minute. I'm trying to look at Phoenix for any signs of like twitching or something. You know, any tells. You discovered the trap during the game and disposed the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable, left to call the police. When he returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. As he made another phone call to Gavin. Let me see here. What is in my... Used by the defendant to notify the police of the restaurant's first floor. Okay. And I've already examined that piece of evidence. Okay, so maybe it doesn't have anything to do with the phone. So here's the thing. I think maybe... Yeah, I think the contradiction is that the card is not actually in here. Because I'm not seeing it in here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any card in here. So let's see if that's the contradiction. Is that the card? And I will do it on the right piece of testimony. Go up the trap during the game, dispose the card in the bottle. Mr. Wright, if I may, Yes? I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No?
What, Mr. Wright? Surely ... isn't all you have to say for yourself?
I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out? Oh, and a sixth person could have helped.
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either.
We looked inside that bottle. My voices are all over the place. We looked inside that bottle and there was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear?
In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh? Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. What do I feeling that we're not on our client's side anymore? Alright, so you sat at the table in the photograph. 5 minutes out of the trap, the girl was knocked out cold. Forehead. Dispose of the card in the bottle. So does that mean that objection? Let me see. So you dispose of the card in the bottle. So that's where the contradiction is. But we've already done it, and it needs decisive evidence. Discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold. Smith was uncontrollable. When you left, he was dead. Blood streaming in. That's when you made another to defense attorney Gavin. So yeah, obviously the train of thought here is that if Gavin did it, if Gavin did it, then he would have had all the opportunity to remove the card from the bottle. The only question is, what is the prompt, and what is the evidence to prove it? Is the press going to be the exact same? Yeah, okay. It's the exact same. Question is, what evidence do I present, and where? Let me see here. Maybe the Five of Hearts is going to turn up somewhere. Well, the autopsy report. Shotty Smith, male, emerging result from the forehead. Which of these proves that that Christoph took the card? Is the contradiction that that's not a cut on his forehead? Look, the issue is that I'm not getting it. I'm trying to figure this out myself. And until I'm completely 100% stumped, then I will use the walkthrough. But right now, I do not feel like I'm stumped. I don't feel like I have done I don't think I have done every single avenue right now. So when I am completely stumped, then I will look at the walkthrough. But for right now, I am trying. And it's not gonna be the attorney's badge. Maybe there's some kind of contradiction here. So Shotty walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. So I don't think there's anything in here. You've already examined this. It doesn't seem like that's anything. And I think I have already pressed everything. Yeah, okay. I think I have pressed everything. Tony Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. Nothing seems weird about that. You discovered the trap during the game. You disposed of the card in the bottle. Any new testimony? So what happens if I try to present the bottle again? Okay, so we go through the exact same. Did the card just disappear? So push him harder. Kristoff and okay, so are there any tells on Phoenix that might indicate where the contradiction is? Or maybe it's something he doesn't even know. I really haven't examined the bottle? I haven't? Are you... I just said I didn't want any hints until I asked for it. Come on. So, okay. The bottle was opened. Maybe you told me to take another look at all of my evidence. I would have picked it up. That was a little bit too much on the nose. But now I'll make a note of that. Look carefully at all the evidence again. You discover the trap during the game. You dispose of the card in the bottle. So, do I present the evidence over here? Let's see. So, maybe I present the scene of the crime here. Nope, that would appear to not be it. So yeah, during the scene of the crime, the bottle was opened up, and then it was resealed again. You discover the trap during the game and dispose of the card in the bottle. He was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I have to call the police. He was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when you made another phone call to a defense attorney, Gavin. The trap during the game. 5 minutes. You sat at the table in this photograph. You're missing something you need to ask about. I'm missing something I need to ask about. Is there something else that I need to press? Let's see here. Streaming from a cut. Oh wait, no, I already did that. Well, maybe I'll show him the picture. I'll show him the picture of let's see. Streaming from a cut on his forehead. Maybe I show him this and. Nah. I still don't feel like I'm at my wit's end right now. That evening, at the table, we sat at the table in the photograph. Walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. See? He walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. Think of the timing of events, and then think about what he said, he being Phoenix. Okay. They had dinner, they sat at the table in the photograph. That seems to be fine. Shotty Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. Wait. He walked in 5 minutes after... What was the other thing that he talked about? The two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. So if Shotty came in 5 minutes after he left, how could they have met in the restaurant? Shotty Smith walked in 5 minutes. Unless they were just talking about the room. A crime scene photo, so... Obviously, the bottle being open might be part of it. Think about what Phoenix said. Discover the trap during the game and dispose of the card in the bottle. Don't think that means anything for a contradiction. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. What does that mean? Smith was uncontrollable. Why would he just let him leave to call the police? The attorney is dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. Nice you made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Oh! I didn't mean to do that. Is this the truth that he was talking about? Wait a minute. This has something to do with the cards. Victim Smith's hand was left at the scene of the crime. One of the cards is a blue back. Much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? Whoops. Okay. The card backs are red. For some reason I thought they were using blue back cards in the final hand. Okay. That was something else. So it's not the cards yet. And the bottle is open. Oh, what is the contradiction? That's why you made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. I like how you're giving me all these hints and I'm still not able to put it together. Alright, I think I'm starting to approach walkthrough territory. Unless you got any more vague hints, because now I believe that I am ready for more hints, not answers, just hints. Good night, Matthew. Sorry you couldn't see the end of this, but I'm being stubborn right now. That evening, you sat at the table. Don't know why that would be the. You cannot be any less vague. Think of the timing of events and what Phoenix is saying. I'm missing that's something I need to ask about. Johnny Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. A contradiction I've noticed and I'm not investigating. Well, yeah, the wine bottle is closed here, but it's open in all the photographs. That is the contradiction I'm seeing. Or rather, oh wait, his hat's on. His hat is on. How would he notice it if his hat is on? Alright. His hat is on in this photograph. Why, who would dare put the hat back on? Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing his hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood in his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Nah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Huh? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view, shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why would you do such a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. What else can I say but hey, I'm sorry? But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. Well, you're probably gonna go to jail for tampering with evidence, aren't you? So, Ms. Orley didn't see it. It being the victim's... his head? I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. Reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone. That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. The gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good. He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain. Very smooth and shining, and not a plate, but pate. I believe is referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead.
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So after Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Oh, wait. If Smith was wearing his hat all the way until the time of the murder, how should Gavin, who left the scene, know about his hair status, huh? Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china plate?
Oh, that's right.
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene, and when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright.
Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne!
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
As prosecutor, I...
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which, Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
Ugh. I'll be honest. All those hints that you gave me just to take a look at the evidence again, I didn't quite lead me into it as much as I would have thought. So that's 1 point in my favor for having figured out the final point myself, and 1 point away for having taken that long. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? May I? May I? What? Hello, sir. Please pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. Trump card? You look familiar. You're that mysterious girl from the box art! Completely separate from Phoenix's daughter. The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. An ace. Where do I remember that card from? Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Wright's 2. He's 5 aces in all. It's true. I've seen it. The 5th ace. That was cheating. I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait. This splotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. The little pink girl was the little blue girl all along. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I had seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection.
Bloody ace, added to the court record.
Ah, yep, Phoenix is all by himself this time. No Kristoff to say everything for us.
Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Mr. the witness, state his name and occupation.
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom.
Let's ask the parrot. Fine, I'll play along.
First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Oh!
Here it comes! There you go. Ah, classic Phoenix Wright music. You'd think that I would call it classic Ace Attorney music, but no. When this first came across the seas, this game was called Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, and Phoenix Wright got top billing. In fact, I can show you. Give me 2 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna reach into my own court records, and I'm gonna show you something. This is the box for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the first game. You'll notice that Phoenix Wright's name is very prominent on the front and on the side. However, here's the box art for the sequel, Justice for All. You'll notice that the Ace Attorney is now pronounced both on the front and on the side. And just looking at these two titles side by side, you'll see that when the first game came to the United States, Phoenix Wright was more emphasized, and then Ace Attorney was more emphasized. Why they did that, we have no idea. But while most people will think of these as the Ace Attorney games, if you were there when the first Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney came out, then it's just gonna be stuck in your head as the Phoenix Wright series. So that's why when I hear this music, I'm gonna call it Phoenix Wright music. And more because this is Phoenix Wright, this is Phoenix's theme anyway. That's it, isn't it? It's, this is literally Phoenix Wright's theme. Like the theme of Phoenix Wright in the official soundtrack. Let me look at that. Let me look at this up really quickly. Let's see. Phoenix Wright theme. Phoenix Wright theme. Is this Phoenix's dedicated theme? I have to imagine it is. Oh well. So yeah, this is Phoenix Wright music. But yeah, that is the whole thing. These are Phoenix Wright games, so it's a whole thing. Anyhow, Phoenix wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright, what do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure did look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo.
Mr. Gavin?
I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
What? Nani? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yep, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see a little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the nights of that fateful night? The events of that fateful night? The nights of that fateful event?
We're going straight into the intense cross-examination music. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. Yeah, that is Phoenix's theme. Apollo's got a different Pursuit Corner themes. When Athena shows up later on, they have their own theme. Later games, the Apollo Justice trilogy really utilized the different themes better. Well, I'm looking forward to it, because obviously I'm going to be playing this whole trilogy. So, you witnessed the murder! For better or for worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed.
Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client.
What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that, because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh.
Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. That fateful night. The rage he sensed in that man that night troubled him, so he returned to the club. He went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. Let's press it! Little window? You mean the one used to keep watch upstairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes. What if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. Alright, I'm just gonna press everything. That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So then, you knew the true nature of your client's job? Of course. But I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends, after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? Alright, he peeked in through the window to the hideout. Must have been right after the murder took place. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. Ugh. I was just getting to that part of my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest offense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing there on the witness stand, something's never changed. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. Ugh, friends like these, who needs enemies? The victim is dead, as he appears in the photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the scene crime? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw, at least. Then we're back where we started. The killer was a defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why did you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah yes, this mysterious 4th person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose? Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right? Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out the card has been raised. Can you point to a reason? Not yet. Not yet? Pathetic. Not yet. Try not to ever. Try not ever. I keep on mixing up my Winston Payne voices. Well, Mr. Gavin. Oh, I'm willing to wait for as long as it takes. Great. I don't even know what the heck I'm looking for. Apollo. Yes, sir. Don't forget, you already know the answer. You just don't realize it yet. I already know the answer? Take a moment to think it over again, okay? I want to press everything before I present the card that Trucy gave me. Since it's not the best place, we had time, so we left. Wouldn't it have just been better to wait for the police to arrive? Remember, though, by that time, I was already Wright's defense attorney. Wouldn't do for me to become part of the investigation. That makes sense. Or does it? I'm confused. Well, what happened next? That's when the call came from Wright. Where were you when the phone call came? I had already left the Borscht Bowl Club by that time. On the phone, he asked me to defend him. Naturally, I was surprised. I accepted, however. I couldn't abandon him. So kind of you. So far, everything jives with Mr. Wright's testimony, I think. Is it going to be a problem for you to cross-examine your own boss? I'm fine! Who was it that taught me never to pull punches in cross-examination? It was you, Mr. Gavin. I learned it from watching you. Alright, so... let me see. So, is it too soon for me to present the ace? Let's see. So first I need to press him. And then we skip over to... here. I think he's trying to lure me into showing the card. I can show evidence. Evidence showing the reason why the card was swapped out. And go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the fifth ace? It's because this is the fifth ace right here. Am I gonna game over myself right here, right now? Let's see. My reason is, this. Is that an ace? Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade! What? This is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Oh, why? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card. It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all. No. Impossible. Unacceptable! The court can't accept this evidence! It's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think that the only person who would claim it as a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime? Where are you going with this? Explain! Take another look at the photo, and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't the drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. No. Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh. We can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I have answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene, and now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. This is baseless conjecture! Baseless! Hey, there's the man there's the ace attorney we all know and love. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. Hey? That's what kids say today, right, Apollo? Based? Okay, I'll keep going. What? That's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood in a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head... Whoa, we're getting fancy! We're getting schmancy! The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table, and before the killer swapped the card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? I'm going to keep myself from getting locked out of safe scumming. The victims, the killers, the witnesses, or the second witnesses. Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? Well... let me see here. So... what am I trying to say here? So, if the victim was struck... yeah, the victim was struck, and the bloody card... yeah, the blood came from the victim, but... oh, wait. No, the blood was going backwards. So if the blood was going backwards, it wouldn't go forwards. So it's the victim's position that wouldn't make sense. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Ugh! Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right! So, what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Recreate the crime scene. Let's see here. Try turning the chair around. Yeah, like this. The chair was facing the other way! It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. I actually figured that all out before chat got to me. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now that the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder, but this creates another significant contradiction. Again! Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? I have to imagine it would be the killer, the victims, the killers, the witness, the second witness, whose location creates a contradiction if the victim is facing this way. Well, it would be the killer because now they have no angle. The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes? Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of the game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. He was in the armoire or the closet. That's directly in front of him. But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. You know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? You'd have to be standing right here. They might have been hiding inside the closet or the cabinet or whatever. The killer had to be standing, well, here. Your points are flair, but that's about all you get. I thought I was onto something there, too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or you claiming the killer climbed into the cupboard and hit him from above. It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know! At that moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there! What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. But let's forge ahead here, while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Uh-oh! Look at what's been covered up by the cupboard. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang! Oh, snap! Shoot! Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Obviously, the window is closed now. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, or the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know about the crime? It's this dude right here. About this cupboard, are we okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would be completely covering up the window to the stairs. Ugh! That's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh, is the coolest offense in the West losing is cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, Perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is a court of law, and I will have order!
We have now just received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor.
Oh, and what did they find?
Well, Your Honor, it turns out there's a secret passage behind it.
What?
Uh-oh. Usually a secret cupboard is something used to get away, but now this secret cupboard is used to close someone in. Ah, yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that, now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said he needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked, and the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something.
Dare I ask what really happened that night?
Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with Destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Wait, why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Ms. Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then, our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look and... After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor, and the fact that they were all red. Now we're hacking away.
Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Payne!
Yes, Your Honor.
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
What?
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Is it time for the cornered beast to lash out for one final attempt at slithering away? Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me?
The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney.
Illegal evidence?
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing?
Of course! This bottle, for instance.
The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints in the bottle were upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court, in this case, demanded an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? I see how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still, but I am sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah. Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words?
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions.
So, let's see here.
Well, Mr. Justice!
Mr. Gavin said that the court and this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done.
Perhaps the defense will care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down?
The only thing I can imagine was that is because Phoenix that's where Phoenix would put the Five of Hearts. But what's the evidence that indicates that it's the Five of Hearts? Is it this evidence? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Yeah, because it was the fifth of so this was the victim Smith's hand. So obviously it wouldn't be the badge. So time of death, the borstal. Okay, let's see here. So we're going to be examining this again. And it just does not seem like there's anything special in the bottle. But yeah, the only reason why Phoenix might hold it that way would be to hide the Five of Hearts in there. Although, anything having to do with the phone? Anything new to find here? No? Okay. Let me see here. Oh yeah, there's the blood here. Single drop of blood marks the front of this card. So yeah, there's nothing to find on this card. But the thing is, this is the victim's hand, not So it wouldn't be Phoenix's. So why would he hold it upside down? Let me see here. So that's the bottle over there. Let me see. Alright, let's look at all the evidence again. So this is the... let me see. Does that have something to do with this? Think about Phoenix's day job and what Phoenix said he was doing with the drink before the game. Well, he was drinking the drink, wasn't he? Well, he was putting the 5 of hearts in there. So maybe he just reached down and grabbed the bottle. That might be it. Well, let's see here. Oh, I guess I got it. It's actually easier to show than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair.
Excuse me? I'm on the floor?
Yes, now reach down and pick it up without getting out of your chair. No! See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck with your fingers upside down.
Yeah!
Here's the Apollo Justice theme. This is the theme you hear when the bad guy is cooked. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of the piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times.
Wow! I can't believe it was that simple!
Recall our dinner that evening, Kristoff. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed, but then you must have remembered, so you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano, and you switched the bottles. Man, without Phoenix Wright really loves his grape juice, doesn't he? You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon.
Order! Order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin?
Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle? Where's your proof? Proof? Well, that's, great. Apollo is using the tactic of pulling things out of his rear end like Phoenix does. And, Kristoff is using Edgeworth's old tactic of where's your proof? As I thought. More baseless gesture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Duh. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation?
Ah, yes. I have your memo about that right here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question.
What are you gonna do? Dust that for fingerprints too? I'd be surprised if there were any on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle wouldn't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? ¿Por qué? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. I know exactly what we need to do. Oh, well, there it is right there. There's something inside this bottle. Boop. Oh, it was a twist-off bottle, it wasn't a cork. The crumpled up 5 of hearts, baby. What's this?
That card. It can't be.
Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga Orley. Yes, our little swindling Devotchka. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand like it was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. I remember staring at those eyebrows the entire time. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is that planted card that you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
Here's an empty bottle of grape juice I've been drinking right beside me. After the card inside the bottle. Bottle. That's the echo of a memory. The 5 of Hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin.
Uh-oh. He's going super, Gavin!
We're all gobsmacked. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright?
Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago!
My past is my logic. Straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? Was it tete-a-tete?
I believe this time we've finally come to an end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report on us, or for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. They're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim. Did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
I am afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith.
His occupation was listed as traveler.
An odd profession, to be sure, and that's all we know about him.
Well, arrange for a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright?
Yes?
7 years. You still haven't lost your touch.
Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer.
He was extremely talented, to be sure.
I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo.
Me?
It is the dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright? Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. That is the most sincere smile we've seen yet. That is the real Phoenix Wright looking through. I mean, we probably have been looking at the real Phoenix Wright this entire time, but the Phoenix Wright that sees the good in everything, that was him right there.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce the verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty.
Pow. It still is wild to me that,
Court is adjourned.
You know the craziest piece, not the craziest piece, but did you know that the animations for not guilty and guilty are swapped from the Japanese version to the international version? Because the term for not guilty is represented with 2 kanji, I believe. So the animation so if someone were to be pronounced not guilty, if you get a game over and the judge pronounces your client guilty, then you will see the animation of 2 big white kanji hitting the screen, just like how the words not guilty appear. Meanwhile, the kanji for guilty is actually a lot for not guilty is a lot longer. So the if someone is pronounced guilty, then let me see. If someone is pronounced guilty in this game, then the words guilty appear, and you'll notice that the animation for not guilty in the international version seems a lot harsher than the one for guilty. The one for not guilty hits you with 2 hard words, 2 big gavel slams. But the animation for guilty is kind of a not as harsh, like, you have a whole bunch of shining letters in a row, which is like, that doesn't seem too bad. But so if you swap them, then the kanji for guilty is 2 big harsh letters hitting the screen, and the kanji for guilty is a nice stream of shining letters that appear in sequence. I learned about that a long time ago, and as I'm talking about it, it seems to be such an obscure thing that I'm not even sure if I even remember that correctly, so I could have just spent the last 5 minutes completely talking out of my rear end. So take that for what you will. I'm probably going to look that up immediately after we're done with this stream.
Court is adjourned.
Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav... the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your... ability. Ability? Yes. A sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... Yeah. That, the laser beams! What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer, right? Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have to commit the murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met a girl whose picture is in your locket. Little girl. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified! You said the locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices, after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo? Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright and Company law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned to my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago, that legendary trial, and at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. How amusing that he really pushes that, knowing what we do now. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about the evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. The bloody ace. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yep, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left, leaving the wrong card in its place. Luckily for us. The fact that they laid the meta plot so firmly in the opening act without even saying it. Oh, man. The whole Apollo Justice trilogy just goes to show how much they honed their craft when it came to this format, this series and its way of playing and telling a story. Yep, talking about how, the thing is, was it really submitted as evidence, or did they just flash it in front of them? I mean, if it wasn't evidence, it wouldn't have been allowed into the courtroom. It's a really big legal gray area. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? Huh? Ugh. That's what happened. Apollo just squared up and... I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Oi! Now there's the irony. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut? try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And, at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins.
That was just the end of the first trial.
I received an achievement for completing my first trial. Continue on to the next episode. Ladies and gentlemen, we are well past the time for a reset, but I wanted to fit this whole thing in there. Unfortunately, it was my fault for not preparing the metadata. I had to scramble to get the overlay for this stream together. So that's why we started a half hour later. We only would have been slightly over reset time if I didn't wait all that time, but glad you had fun. You're very welcome for the stream. So, that does it for now. Thank you everyone for dropping on in. James, Solaris, Moderator Catone, AQ, Matthew, you were there. 8 kills, 1 move, Swordmaster. I'm guessing that's Lawrence. Flare the Red Fox. And were there any other names? Any other names? Comrade Remus, of course. And the rest of you in these 12 concurrent viewers, 13 concurrent viewers, thank you. You don't need to speak up. The great names were made on the back of lurkers. You're very welcome, Flare the Red Fox. And thank you, everybody, who is watching this stream as a VOD. So you know what to do. Like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord. It is in the description. It'll let you know when the next stream comes up. Next time, we are going to continue on to the next episode and see what kind of wacky shenanigans are in store for Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Until then, game out.